Bonus stream. Let's do it. Let's do some classic Zelda chill. Kind of one of those days so far. What does that mean? One of those days. When I say it, it means I have no idea what's going on. That's what it means when I say it's one of those days. It's one of those days that I just can't make sense of. Doesn't mean it's a bad one. It's just zigging when I'm zagging. So, like, I wouldn't have bet money that I'd be lucky and have another fun bonus stream. Yet here we are. All right, well, let's recap a little bit our adventure. I like going through these and seeing all the fun progress we've made. So this is our latest one, Link Feast Alphos. We can see fun progress, atmosphere, special effects, then even getting in there with some compositional design. Is that where I left it? Looks like that's it. Although I doubt that. Yeah, even more so. There's more to the equation. Let me move these up. Review some of these. Yeah, tweaking further the light and the dark, where we want the focus to be, and then even just last final touches. Getting there with that. And then as soon as I said, okay, now I'm there, I'm going to set this aside because I'm going to notice a bunch of stuff that I want to fix. I set it to be my wallpaper on all my little desktop computers so that I could see it every day for the next week. And then I'll notice all the small changes that I need to make before I post. And so instantly after setting aside, then waking up, basically, maybe not instantly, hours later, waking up, seeing the image, all the little mistakes are lighting up like Christmas tree lights. And so I took a second to highlight a bunch of stuff, some of it glaringly bad, in just terms of, like, you know, wouldn't have wanted to sign off on that sort of thing. Yeah, but it's getting there. But we're still in the set that aside phase. We still need to sleep on some things. But when it's done, it'll look something like this, but with my signature in the corner, and hopefully well received. In the meanwhile, we move on. There's more to do. There's tons of good Zelda stuff, and this next one even has Zelda in it. Zelda, it's got something for everybody. Monsters, Zelda, horses, Link, nature, action, tension. You know, I've got some there's some lives at stake here, so let's get excited. Let's make some art. So my situation with some of the camera stuff continues to evolve. Knowing how the iPad camera was excellent, but it did seem to, the bitrate or something feeding into the computer seemed to be competing a bit with the, I don't know, CPU bus, whatever it is, that sort of the traffic of that data was a little intense. And I don't need that headache right now. So what I'm trying now is seeing if it's different or better if I use my cell phone camera. What this could end up being is a good excuse for me to get a different camera and then just use my old cell phone camera, this one, as the permanent camera. Because why not if it works better? The camera here, the one in question, That cell phone is 8 years old. It's okay to get new stuff, you know, every once in a while. So I get my money's worth out of stuff before I hang it up. All right. Oh, and I should say, there's another bonus stream. I'm quite trepidatious about my odds of getting far with this stream. Could be that we go for hours. Could be that we go for minutes. However, as if I could be lucky twice in my life, the latest word from the project that I was on is that the Vice President review loved it, and now it's on to the CEO for approval. Sort of exciting, high-level approval stuff. Now, because it's been approved at the Vice President level, they actually don't want to touch it until they present it, meaning I'm on standby in case an emergency, artistic emergency happens, but that's not the norm. That's not what they're hoping for. So right now, I'm getting paid to hang out and sort of imagine you and me, we're like firemen at the station, fire people at the station, waiting for disaster. Of course, we don't hope that happens, but when it happens, we know what to do. In the meanwhile, we get to occupy ourselves, and this is the occupation of the day. Okay, so I know it's hard. Come back from, I mean, the contrast from the picture we were just working on last night and how luminous and colorful it is. How luminous and colorful that is, and now we're back to the drawing board, back to literally to the drawing board, literally back to the starting place. Can it be, though? Okay, so there's some issues. These are not insurmountable, but I don't love... Here's two things that I don't like compositionally. They're bugging the shit out of me right now. These two hoofs... this one and this one don't bother me as much, because at least these are at different angles. But these two hoofs look exactly the same to me. And that's not allowed. They're not allowed to look exactly the same. So I have to do something to differentiate them, and I think I will just differentiate this one in the back. I think that'll be enough. Everything is already nicely divided up into perfectly layered layers. Just get into it. It may be enough that I just simply separate out the lines and the fills into their own section. Ultimately, I want there to be variation. I don't, even in like a well-trained horse, of course, is going to sort of shoot to have like perfect form jumping, I suppose, but where the horse looks too much like it is too perfect, that will have an arresting quality on the action of the composition. It's feeling better to me. Curious to try out something. Okay. I think that'll do. And actually now I'm quite keen to reunify the lines where we split them apart. Okay. Let's do it. Let's get in there with adding some. Okay, so here's gonna be the scene. Actually, what we need to do. Oh, good. I'm glad I did this. The original thumbnail. This will sort of help indicate some of the thinking behind the scene. And actually, you can see in the original scene, the Octorok wasn't just crashing through a forest, it was like crashing through an entire town. And somewhere in the cleanup process, I dialed back my ambitions from wanting to draw an entire town to then being okay with it. Well, what if it was just a scene in a forest? So there's some interesting things going on here. We can see this is gone now, but like if there was a guard tower or something and the Octorok was crashing through it and those people are falling and people running for their lives, even children, through like an exploded barn house or something. In the distance, of course, we have this brilliant sunset, maybe even sort of lighting up the Octorok skin with some subsurface scattering. Maybe in the far distance, gosh, I guess I forgot about this part, like Death Mountain could be exploding. Looks like I cut Death Mountain out of the scene. But the theme is overall still here. What I kind of miss is some of the direct-to-camera intensity. But I definitely made the horse bigger, which I think is appropriate. At the scale I made these characters, I think it is good. Good that I did that. But there's no light here right now, and we need to bring in some of that light. So there's going to be essentially two light sources. A very faint blue light, it'll be ambient, that'll sort of be everywhere because it's the color of the sky, where the sun isn't. And then the dominant light source that will really truly be illuminating the scene is the sunset, which is just beyond the Octorok. And that'll be sort of filtered through some clouds. It's going to be very orangey, very sort of cool. And sort of fun rim lights on everything, I guess, you know. It'll be fun to explore. But in the meanwhile, we have a lot of fresh calculations to do, and today is the perfect day to do it. The chat is quiet because it is a Friday, and normal people who have normal fun lives, normal jobs, are being busy doing their thing, and that is all good. There's a third factor, which really potentially sweetens the course of the day, is, and you know, I love my family. I love them so much. They are the drive and my inspiration, but they do tend to need my help and attention on a constant basis. Today, however, my wife is picking up both kids from school, and before they come home, they are going straight to attend a horseback riding lesson with other friends. So that's like a double theme for today. My kids are doing horseback riding, and I'm drawing people on horseback. So it couldn't be more perfect. So it must be this way. And so we're just going to begin. And everything that we do in the beginning feels like a mistake, and we just stick with the process anyway. Okay, the topmost layer is apparently the white hair. I mean, this may be difficult to appreciate, but there is a lot of complicated overlap stuff happening because Zelda's leg is on top of the horse, but of course, the rest of their body needs to be sort of behind the horse. And it's a similar function actually with Link. His foot, somehow this got messed up. Link needs to be entirely on top of the horse as well, no? Yeah. Because I want to see his little foot there. But his head is overlapping her cowl there. So it's a very And of course, on like a 2D painting program, it's all of those dynamic overlaps where they sort of switch places. That's impossible to manage. Link is without armor. He's totally barefoot. He's barely got his sword. No hat. This is sort of an indication for me that, like, he was in a state of partial disrobe when they had to make their getaway. I like the insinuations of these ideas. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I just got a note from client, but it is a that's a later note. That isn't a now note. Tricky stuff. Let's remember how we used to do this. To get the effect of blue light on anything, we go a little bit brighter overall. And then add a little blue. Let's see what that looks like. Barely making any indication. Let's go a little bit brighter overall again. So at least we can see some. Let's start over with that. Okay. We, of course, eyeball everything. That feels like it's something. Let's switch to the tapered detail air, which I'll have to fix some of my preferences on. Pressure was a little too hot. There we go. Sort of makes it tricky too, because a lot of my horse anatomy is kind of fudged here. But it's not my first rodeo. Anybody who might actually be watching this and wondering, what the hell is this guy doing? The process that I'm doing right now is the same process that got me here. It's just a long one. It's not an instant magic button solve. There will definitely be some testing of my anatomy skills here. But I really do think it's important to test the memory. And it's not a... I think it's also important. It's a... I think a truth also that so much of anatomy that looks accurate might not be, you know? The... Okay. My schedule next week is in flux. We will never know. As I am talking to myself, I get notifications via my emails that are popping up and letting me know that well, clients want it both ways. They want me around when they need me, and when they finally feel safe that they don't actually need any more artwork, they are like, why the hell did we hire you? And sometimes it is like being a fireman. Highlights can appear on the convex and concave curves of a form. So it's just not just on the round part, but in the divot in between the round forms, you can get highlights happening. It's okay to start. Start a little bit dark and work our way up. Yeah, it's Friday, so my agent is... I keep looking over. My agent is sort of trying to figure out where everyone's going to be next week. That's all. Now what's happening here is there's a color shift in the horse as well. This is hard to represent, like the... Ooh. Gotta save. No one's in my chat to remind me to save, so I gotta do it myself. All right. If I pull this up, this layer is the color flat master. Now these are the colors that, like, I mean, you would almost call these like 2D sprite colors or crayon colors or something like that. These are not colors with any sense of real light or lighting or shading on them. So, you know, we have to take them with a little skepticism, but here we can see that the brown color of the horse becomes black at certain points on the horse's body, then shifts to white, and then black again. So we can't use the same color, the same lit with blue brown color that we were using here is not the same color that we use when we get to the black one. Okay. Boot, boot, boot. Brighter overall, plus some blue. And we'll use that. These forms are smaller, so I'm going to have to shrink my little airbrushy brush. Just occurred to me, if I painted this on black, it might be easier. Almost easier. It's a little easier on me. I don't know if it's easier for you. Anybody who might be watching to see the difference. Darn it. Hit the wrong button. Okay. Doot, 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 and hopefully that's a similar color. Fine, sir. Having some trouble. When I'm looking up, I'm looking at the image in the thumbnail on OBS, essentially, the smaller screen. When I look at what I have here, I'm drawing on a giant tablet. It's this wide. It's like this wide. And it becomes hard for me to see the thumbnail version in my head. But that's like the most important part, is readability at a distance, and having what feels like an accurate sense of the subject. I think those highlights would get even brighter than that. Horse nostrils are fascinating. You know what I might do later on? Later on, when I do sort of some of the more fine details, because I love drawing animals, is I might actually pull up reference for horse and see if I can get a decent representation of the vascularity. Horses have veins popping out just like we do. Just like me. Now, since it's the same color, theoretically, as long as that color was accurate, it should be possible for me to take that same color and apply it here as needed to the other areas of the horse's skin, hide, fur. I mean, horses don't really have fur, do they? Do horses have fur?
If you want to be fair, I think it's...
Do horses have fur? Yes, horses have fur or hair. I mean, I guess, yeah, they have hair, but... Yeah, okay. So this is interesting. Google Search Labs, the AI version, says, yes, horses have fur or hair. But there's another that says horses don't have fur. They have a hair coat. Fur has a softer undercoat. A hair coat has one type of hair. Discussion. Horses have hair, not fur. Horses have a coat of hair, just like humans do. Why foxes have fur, horses hair? I guess fur is a type of hair. Maybe that's it? I hope the booking drama have to intervene on occasion between my agent and my clients. Not to intervene, but I like to play a little good cop versus bad cop sometimes. My agent is excellent representation, but she is so clearly on the side of let's be serious about this as a business, and I so appreciate that. But I think she over-index. Well, to the extent that she is often extremely proactive about making sure the work is happening, like real work, as opposed to, you know, pussyfooting around. Like she doesn't have a lot of tolerance for the concept of unpaid downtime. Earning opportunities don't slip past her much. Yeah, like that. Anyway, she's really good at keeping me on task and everybody else on their toes. You don't need Max, you need to get out of the way of the people who do need him. I really do appreciate her her candor. And then at least then I can break in and say, hey, if it helps, here's my sort of middle ground perspective. And then everybody can sort of feel like they've had their say, which is important to say, but that also there are multiple factors, not just we don't need to be too robotic. I mean, clients can be very robotic about stuff, and my agent can be very robotic about stuff. And I try to remember everybody that, like, you know, we know we all have protocol. Now let's back up just a little bit. Unless someone is trying to instantly book me at the moment, let's be patient. Now, if Spielberg is calling on the other phone and wants an answer now, that's another matter, but as far as I know, that's not happening. I really am enjoying this stuff. It's almost meditative. I messed up a little bit when I recombined those horse lines. It's barely noticeable, but that is a factor. There we go. Now, what is this? It's like a speck here that I'm not sure what that... It's not like a horse can't have a mark on their body, but... a little interesting. Okay. There's definitely... Obviously, this is sort of the same kind of color, this blackish brown, getting into there. But the angle of it... I'm gonna call that done for now. Let's move on to the white part. God, I love it. It's just me and my voice in the chat. I love my legions of adoring fans, but this is less distracting for sure. We may have to get brighter than that. Had some... Uchi, hey, what's up? Been a little while. That might be my bad, but it's good to see ya. I was just lamenting the lack of conversation in my chat today, but that's okay. I don't mind quiet things, and I certainly don't mind you popping in. Do you want to see? It's been a while. Let me show you some progress on the... what happened the other day. Like, I don't know if you saw much of this. Have you seen this guy in a while? Let's make my face go away. Let's turn off my face there. Let's turn that off. Now you can just see this, right? And so definitely had a few rounds of working on this. You can see I'm stepping through the various phases, getting into adding lighting, atmospheric stuff, some special effects. Okay, cool. All right, so now it's quite nearly done, and now it's in the set it aside, come back to it in a week, fix the things that are still bugging me. Jules, how you doing? Thank you for Jules. Thank you for liking my Instagram post. Let's see here. I will... Duh. You like my VODs. Thank you. I've been doing my best to do a non-zero amount of posting and things like that, but it's all good. Let's see here. I want to bring back the join max and the... We need these things sometimes. Let's see here. There we go. You like goofy thumbnails, yeah. That's my favorite part now. I don't even like drawing anymore. I just like goofy thumbnails. And here's my face. Because I get to make funny faces. Goofy, I've been watching like a lot of like other YouTubers and stuff, and I was like, this person just talks into a mic and was like, they're just like this the entire time, like bobbing their heads, and like, I'm like, can't you like make an expression or do something interesting? So I'm determined to be different, and I'll figure out all the different fun angles that will we could mess around with some of them. Got other lights I can, you know, fun bits of dramatic. Like when this person has a camera, it adds to the persona. Yeah, do some interesting changes to, like have, I don't know, like I wouldn't say like I could bring like different characters of myself to the thing, but we could have like the unhinged version of me, and like the the other day I thought about that. What is that like the clingy girlfriend, the chick, the girl who's like obsessed about you, where she's like this, you know, if you were like cancel Max, yeah. Anyway, today, cancel Max needs to trend. Well, today we are doing a little bit of real art again. We're setting aside Link fighting skeletons. That will that's going to incubate for about a week. We don't need that's the wrong button. Here we go. I think it's important to at this point, there are just a lot of things that I'm realizing. It's like, okay, jobs are scarce. You know, who knows what I might have to be doing next. I might have to, you know, become a streamer. If that doesn't work out, I'll have to segue into some sort of OnlyFans career. And, you know, so I'm like, okay, I got to start doing some push-ups and, you know, grooming my hair and doing things that, you know, will set aside the, set me apart from all the other starving artists who are debasing themselves on the internet. Oh, my wife would be first in line to cash the checks from OnlyFans. She absolutely would. No, she wouldn't love that, but only in that it would like probably reflect poorly on her. But the but she you know, actually I consider it very supportive that she is on board with the streaming. I've convinced her that the streaming is a part of a broader effort, and this is true, but I've convinced her that the streaming is a part of a broader effort to eventually segue into doing some sort of teaching / travel, artistic travel teaching and or touring, which is something that, you know, artists do when they become big enough. They can go to Europe and lead tours of sketching on site and stuff like that. I even went on some of those when I was a teenager. So it's nothing new. It's nothing that the internet invented. I definitely will like use, you know, the streaming as an excuse to sort of like write off travel expenses and you know, do whatever's needed to justify moving things around. Yeah, if I was bringing home money that eclipsed what I was making right now, she would, if I was giving it away for free, she would be like, the hell no you aren't. But if I was, you know, in demand enough, like I'm nothing special. Well, I mean, I got a good face, but the rest of my body is pretty mid. You know, I'm not gonna talk it up too much. Maybe there's a filter for that. Maybe I can do something to add muscle or vascularity to my form. But I know that all that can be hard work. And I'm an artist. I'm not into hard work. There is an interesting corollary sometimes with it shouldn't have to be this way, but the historically speaking, there have been a lot of corollaries with modeling, and then where it can bleed over into things that sort of feel like, or even sort of be justifiably argued as, quote unquote, like sex work. And that is a complicated issue where I don't like to bring a lot of judgment to the, artists need models, I think, in general. Now, I draw often without a model or reference at all. But the only reason I can do that is because I've studied in the past so many models and references. So it's memorization on my part, but it didn't come from nothing. It came from photos and people who otherwise have their motivations to sort of have a symbiotic relationship with, at its best, it's a symbiotic relationship. At its worst, it's sometimes exhibitionism or some sort of, temporary emotional crisis for, having met a lot of models, it is the way of life. Yeah. Anyway, I'd like the art that I do to be something that uplifts and enhances the human form or forms or life, and not something that debases it, as lucrative as that might be. Like, people can draw porn and make a lot of money, and I'm certainly technically capable of doing that. But I'm already scraping by working in advertising. That's not something. I have my days where that doesn't feel good, and I don't want to go any further with that. So, we'll see. I don't have to leverage that quite yet, but we'll see. I have a family I have to provide for. Hopefully, it doesn't come down to needing to do literally everything I can, but sometimes people have to do that stuff. It's not, not something I would have judgment for. I heard they are making a new Zelda game with Zelda as a protagonist. They have not only made it, it is out, my friend. And if I didn't have a busy enough work schedule in my life, I would be probably, if I didn't have this and a busy work schedule, I would be playing it, and probably playing it with my daughter, who is just old enough to actually sort of enjoy and participate in the enjoyment of a video game like that. So that's on the list. That's definitely on the list. A list of things I will get to before too long. Nuzokara, it's been a little while. Hello, hello. I'm glad the chat is waking up a little bit. Okay, everybody, I know this is super dark. It is really, it's just part of the process. It's just part of the process. Oh, Talbot's here. Talbot, thank you for breaking away from writing, what is it? 9 million, 10 million words? We're lucky to have Talbot. No, I tease. Just a mil. Just shy of a mil. Just over a mil. Just over a mil. But I love the aggregation of creatives, and thank you for joining, Talbot. We are. I'll do this too much, but the update on the other piece we were working on is at this stage, which is quite far along, and far enough along where I'm going to now. Talbot, you probably do this too, where you get things to where you think it might be done, but because you have the benefit of experience and intelligence and a little bit of emotional pacing, you can force yourself to set it aside before absolutely just pushing it out, because the second you do that, you notice all the mistakes. We are at the, yes, exactly. We are in the done and come back and make sure done stage. So right now we're moving on to the next piece. And this is one that I've been really excited to get to for a while. It has been on the docket. But this is the original sketch where Link and Zelda ride a horse away from a rampaging Octorok. And I drew this probably last December. And now we're finally in the place where we're gonna color it and make it look awesome. And it's the perfect distraction. And I talked about this earlier in the stream, but my daughter is very soon getting picked up from school by my wife, and they're gonna go, they have to drive a little bit to do this, but they're gonna go and do a horseback riding lesson out in some ranch in the outskirts of Los Angeles. So that'll be, this is a fun theme for today, is riding horses. And the other cool thing is I'm actually booked today, and we finished the Boardomatic ahead of schedule. They don't want to mess with it because it passed vice president approval. And so they're going to show it to the actual CEO at 5 p.m. And that's 3 hours from now. So I could be streaming for a long time. And with my wife and kids off at horse riding, like, I'm just going to sit here. Nothing's going to pry me away from this other than an internet outage or starvation. Yeah. So it's going to be great. So I'm streaming. I'm getting a little dough from this. There's a lot of max. I'm carving out a lot of special time in my in my life for this, but I take it as a good sign that there are forces and their machinations working behind the scenes to free up more opportunities for me to make progress, because it's compositions like Link and the Stalfos, and maybe this one that I think will probably have a little bit more traction on social media. The Moblin thing kind of fell to a crowd of crickets, but that's okay. They don't all need to be hits. I can learn something from my failures as well as my successes. All right. Despite the audience, I'm not going to be in the mood to rush this to make it look good. We're still just going through the process. Talbot says, going live consistently and as frequent as you feel comfortable with is a great way to get exposure. That and rating people and your other social media posts. I need to do better with the rating of other people. So, because this will be... So what usually happens is when I usually stream until my kids wake up and then start demanding things of me, and then it's like an emergency to stop streaming. So that makes it tricky to to be a good neighbor and raid the way like I'm supposed to. Today, actually, I'll have a good opportunity. I can do a raid on my brother, probably. Or Talbot, if you're streaming later, I'll raid you, because I know you stream. But the that could be fun. No, you don't rush me. Yeah. No, but I'm often in a I know better, but it's just interesting. It's like I know how good this, well, with all humility, the potential for this to look as good as I can conceive it in my brain is a high potential, and I want to achieve that, but knowing that I can't do it all in one day, I will temper my excitement somewhat to like a course of realism, but also, you know, I can work a little bit on my social skills. It can't just be about art either. Streaming is a little tiring. I think I go a little manic with it. I'm constantly, well, not constantly anymore, because now I stream first thing in the morning, but when I was streaming at night, I would be tired and also really nervous. Back when I started doing all these sketches, like when I drew this, I probably had more than a few glasses of wine. Wasn't a laudable tendency of mine, but it's the truth. I've recently been coming to an understanding about a lot of my motivations for defaulting to, you know what, I'm just gonna have a few drinks. It would be out of a lot of frustration, out of dissatisfaction with my career and the things that I couldn't control about it. And having small children at this age, things are very chaotic. A tendency for all sorts of things that I could get excited about to get derailed and have problems, and have a lot of frustrations with that. But streaming at night wasn't very sustainable for me. I was able to admit that. When starting it in the morning, however, even though, you know, most people were asleep, I did recognize that there were opportunities to, like Jules, meet people on the other side of the planet, practically, who are still awesome, and I think I think I can learn even more from an unexpected audience than one where, you know, I don't know. All of this is sort of like audience research for like, what is this? What am I doing, and who might even find this interesting? It's exciting for me to be in a place where I feel like I'm learning a lot again, because I really wasn't learning much from my job the way it had been going the past few years. It's been very frustrating, actually, in very recent years, because I would be given very, very, very poor scripts, and somehow from these really poor inputs, I would spin. Exactly. Biology 101 with Jules. People find lo-fi music and a word counter up. Engaging. A word counter. Well, that's interesting. Well, my wife is calling, but I think she's just checking in. I will pick up if she calls a couple more times to make sure it's not an emergency. Let's see here. She will not hesitate to call 3 times if le gasp. If it is a real emergency. I'm only minutes from our children's school, so like if she thought she wouldn't be able to get there in time, she would definitely call me, and then I'd have to stop the stream and go get them, you know, or whatever, because traffic is a thing in LA. All right, let's see here. All right, though it is just in the early stages, you know, it might be fun though. I can't help it. I want to add a little bit more highlights to the horse. Horses have an amazing kind of luster. Even if it's just a little bit of light from the opposite side of the sky that still has some blue in it. A horse's skin is so lustrous. Word counts the number of words I write, so I capture the screen and crop it in so the words are visible and people can see how many words are in the Word document that I'm writing on. It's fascinating. Maybe there's some sort of like pencil stroke counter. Maybe something like that exists. You guys can almost see the super tiny highlights that I'm adding. But horses they have a very interesting and unique physiology. I mean, I'm pretty sure horses even sweat. Do horses sweat? Yeah, yes, horses sweat as a way to cool down. How many animals sweat? Sweating is not common. Primates, horses, and some bovidae are the main animals that sweat to cool down. How cool is that? You know, humans sweat, horses sweat. But so many other animals don't. I always love finding out little bits of trivia about how animals can have things that... Jules jumping in. Plants sweat. No, wait a second. Animals do sweat. Or, sorry, plants do sweat. But let me look this up. Do plants sweat? Yes, plants sweat. Okay, so that's the process is called transpiration. I know a little bit of plant stuff too. We have a garden in our backyard that used to be mine, and then my wife took it over. But I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you. I know they aspirate. Plants like breathe, basically. Or they also sort of like fart, you know? It's sort of they have their planty ways. Plants, they're just like us. You know, but knowing the potential for some cool highlight effects on this horse. I can't ignore my impulse to do something about it. Fun fact, bee sweat? Now you're making stuff up. Either that or you're behind the scenes Googling other things that sweat. No, I'm just kidding. I did not know that bees sweat. That's cool. I know they have like bees and a lot of insects use pheromones. I like bees use their little sign language to communicate with each other too, which I think is rad. How cool is that? Look at this. Practically hear the breath coming off the nostrils. Uchi says, kinda, you know, in a weird way, you can say that sweating primary function is to cool down the animal, but in plants, transpiration primary job is to transfer nutrients across the plant. Oh. Doing the little fiddle with their legs will kill them. You might find baby flies. Oh, is that them sort of like getting rid of their little eggs when they fiddle with their hind legs? I feel like I'm learning more than I'm teaching here. Oh, it's a way to attract a mate or rather call for one. Interesting. And plant sweating cools the plant surface. The Southern California sun is so hot and intense that the planting season we're just kind of entering the second planting season right now. The only thing you can really grow in I mean, you can grow all sorts of stuff, but like in the full sun of Southern California and in the summertime, it's pretty much down to sunflowers and citrus, of course, but also tomatoes, you know. So we grow a lot of tomatoes, and we have a few citrus trees. I've got a lemon tree that's really fruiting really well now, finally. Fun fact about viruses, they are not a living entity. Yes, I know a little bit about all that. They have no moving parts. They're just sort of like this weird DNA, self-replicating DNA sort of robot. Sort of not really on the order of the animal kingdom. It's RNA, sorry. RNA, DNA. What's the difference, huh? I mean, come on. No difference, right? Jules' head explodes. Ah! Deoxyribonucleic acid. Need more highlight on this snouty snout. Establishing the light range of the ambient light on this horse will serve as a measure of the standard in which I can apply it to the rest of the image. Now this light needs to be dark in relation to the sun, which will eventually be there. So what I'm doing is drawing light into the shadow side first, which is, you know, a unique way that I like to approach it. But I have to keep it dark, but I also know that I can control for those factors later on. And if I want to, I can push it a little bit more this time. I'm getting a little bit more bold in my process. Let's see here. Chat horse. Well, quiz for Max. How many elements are on the periodic table? You know what? I'm going to ask the questions around here. Okay, the number 138 jumps to my head. Let me know if that's close. I don't know if it's close. Chad horse. Yes, this is the... 118. Okay, I was one middle digit off. Yes. Yes, we will, I'll count that as a... I'll give myself, a B+. B+ for my answer there. There we go. Let it go on this one. You know, I know we all love and admire me for my obvious deep broad ranging and you know, extremely nuanced understanding and intelligence, but actually I did not do well in academics as a just speaking the real truth here. I did not do well with my high school assignments, more or less being probably as a... these days I'll blame it on my undiagnosed ADHD, but at the time I was just very disinterested in not learning. I love knowledge and I love learning, but I definitely didn't like school. But that's okay. Since I was 14 years old, I was very much like, I'm going to be an artist or die trying. So I definitely had the leg up on what might have appeared to be, you know, someone... It's like, oh, Max just isn't applying himself. Oh, it's a shame, you know, waste of a brain or whatever. You know, that was not the ultimate course of things. I very much had a plan. Now, the plan had its deviations. There were certainly some hiccups along the road, but setting out to be a professional artist and then making that actually happen and doing it for, you know, I mean, I may be at the end of my career. I don't even know. I'm a freelancer. No day or job is guaranteed to me, but even if it all stopped tomorrow, I had a 20-year career that I'm grateful for. And if possible, I'd like to see if the industry and the world can still find a place for artists to be hired and used. Adapt to these new ways. We'll figure it out. Needs more blue. That was too straight. This needs to have some sort of... There we go. That feels better. It's kind of looking cool. If we turn on the black background, it's still impossible to make out any details, but... I'm going to resist the urge to make the hooves super shiny, but I think I can get away with a little bit more. It's not a wild horse. Oops. Did all that drawing on the wrong layer. Yeah, maybe that's okay. That may be useful. Okay, let's try and add some blue light to Zelda. And we'll start with her pants. It looks to me like the only part of her pants that is colored like her pants is her pants. Sometimes on a character design, they'll use like a color on the pants will also be on like a shoulder pad or something, or on the glove. But in this case, this looks pretty much just like that. We'll lock that off. Zelda flats. So we'll pick that color. A little bit brighter overall. Plus some blue. Now the pants, unlike the horse, are not lustrous. They'll be, you know, I don't know. The texture will be more of a matte kind of texture. To be subtle with this. That is... No matter what it seems to be, it always feels like the first time I put down the color, it feels wrong. But then later, without fail, when one by one the other parts of the composition in turn get their chance being lit, it starts to unify, and then it makes sense. So I always have to remind myself to trust the process a little bit. Okay, next up. Ooh, had a couple dropped frames. Let me make sure the Google Drive is quit. There we go. Hopefully that's better. Okay, so the way I like to go through this is what is the next biggest piece of color? Save! Yes, thank you, Jules. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Next up, the cowl. And the color of her cowl, I think it's called a cowl, is the same as a few other materials on her body. The name of those things I'm not sure, but essentially it looks like it's some sort of treated leather. And it's reused on other parts of her body. So when we calculate the color that we need for that, we can reuse it across multiple pieces. Let me do a quick double check, make sure my client isn't trying to reach me. Nope. Let's keep going. And when I'm applying this, I'm trying to think knowing that okay, imagine if you will, it is 2 p.m. and you are on a hike somewhat of a hike. 2 p.m., the sun is fairly high in the sky. Yes? But on your hike, the sun is nowhere to be seen because you are hiking in the valley of a giant mountain range. And you are low in the valley. So you do not see the sun. You're in the shadow of the sun, but the whole sky above you is lit with blue light. And the blue light is filtering in and reflecting all around you, and all of the things that surround you. That is the lighting that I'm applying right now. We don't see the sun, just thinking about light that's coming from the sky during the daytime. How it hits and where it reflects will give us clues of the form of the object and its material properties. The top-facing planes of her cowl will receive this blue light. But the underside, the side that's facing the ground, will receive practically none. None worth us worrying about right now. Something like that, maybe. Sometimes it's just the most subtle thing. Okay. That feels good for that color. Save. we go. Sorry, I had to feel like I had to rescue a highlight from being overlooked in the horse's eye. Makes me wonder. Just using the tones we had already put in. So this is before, but if we mess around with some of the brightness and contrast, you can see it has the tonality that we've put into it is going to be very useful in a final composition. You know, we're doing the very subdued version right now to make sure that we don't overstep into the real, so the bright tones that our eye is like craving need to be reserved for the light of the sunset. The more reserved we are here, the greater contrast we can exact from the sun here, and the less intense we have to be with that sunset. The less intense we can be with that sunset, the more range of tones and color and values we can extract from that sunset. It's like seeing if we can use every single color we can, if we can. The highest dynamic range we can manage to pull out of this thing. We'll select the blue color of her, I guess I wouldn't call it a blouse. It's some sort of uniform. Select the color. We do our calculation. Add a little bit of light overall across the whole spectrum, and then a little bit extra for blue. So it's just blue light. From what I could tell in the original artwork that I was referencing to get the colors for the costume, this appeared to be some sort of colored or dyed soft leather. Some shininess on it. So some of those material properties need to come out in our rendering. We can have highlights that feel concentrated. Basically like that. Okay, next up. There's this interesting sort of beigeish tan. This is right in the sweet spot for colors that I can't see very well. Gosh, let's Let's do an eyedropper and figure it out. Let's see here. Yeah. It's almost like a brownish, olive greenish taupe kind of color. We'll highlight all where it applies. Oop. I think those are the areas. We'll do our calculation. Now, because it's like a yellow reddish color, it's going to resist a lot of the blue when we add to it. Liam, I am glad to see you are in the chat. I'm doing well. I hope you are well. Oh, it looks breathtaking. I appreciate your compliments are breathtaking. The Stalfos made some good progress too. I posted an update somewhat. I guess I didn't really post an update on Instagram, but you can see this is the current iteration. It needs a lot of tidying up, but it's in the set it aside and come back to it later stage. So we're moving on to this, which is going to be a fun treat to enjoy. And Liam, feel free to stick around or not. The chat the stream today may go long. It may go a bit long. I have a client who they'll be reviewing work that I did at 5 p.m. That's 2 hours from now. I've been doing this a few hours already, so we're kind of just getting started. So anyway, glad to have you join us. But yeah, sort of in the very early stages now of the fun. We're just applying the initial process for doing the color, the little rule of thumb color calculation. So we're getting the sort of ambient blue color sky light effect. Brighter overall with some extra blue on top. And we expect this to resist the color because it's going on to a yellowy red color. So it'll end up looking a little gray. Liam says, I loved how the red light reflected on both Link and the sword. You did so many details. There are a lot of different, it's all a bit of a stretch to say. I'm not going to say it's anything close to like light accurate or anything like that, especially after I brought back in and did a bunch of strange, filter modes on it and whatnot. But I won't lie, the result I'm happy with even so far, and it's very close to just ready to put out there and learn from my mistakes and get on to the next one. Should be a leading screen for a video game. I think ultimately some of these things could end up being like if I, I could export them nicely and not just like on, not just like, here you go, Instagram or whatever, but like I could put them up on like a sharing platform like Gunroad for like it's free, but if you donate, it's appreciated. And here's a pack of Zelda, original art Zelda wallpapers. People like, it's been a long time since I looked at my Gumroad, but there was a time back in the day where I would post stuff and people would look at it. Sometimes sling me a few bucks. It was okay. This essentially being fan art, it cannot really be the Oh, you probably meant loading screen. Yeah, a loading screen for video game. If I had clients hiring me for that, that would be a smart thing. I actually did get a job where I had to design something for a loading screen. This is a fun excuse to delve into the archives a little bit. Let me see if I can pull it up. Capitals. Yeah, I caught your meaning, though. Let's see here. Let's see here. Capital Clash. When would this would have been? 2020? I definitely did have a good run with some of that video game stuff. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. Did you ever play Clash of Clans, Liam? I did some concept art. Long time for that. So these were some early sketches. They just basically wanted like 3 options. A really high up version. So this is the high up version. This is the really low version. Oh, and here I just laid them all out next to each other. And now, let's see. Some of these things progressed. They're in the game, indeed. Yes, they, you can see these were... At least the one made it through. It was, whatever. It's a variation on this one that they ended up making the final out of. You know, so it's fun. So, as you were saying, loading game screens, yes, the precedent is set. We just need the demand. It's interesting. That work was, they hire one company who then hires another company, and then they hire an artist, and I was like the artist. But what can happen is like, yeah, I hope, hey, call me Nintendo. My Nintendo slides into my DMs. How funny would that be? But it was funny. It was like, it felt like for several years, it was like every day they'd be just handing me more and more work to do, and they loved everything I did, and everything I did was great. It's, I'm not that speedy with my color work, but black and white, I knock that stuff out. That's quick for me. Quick and easy. If my work goes well into a pipeline, people can see clearly what it is very quickly and just approve it, and everybody's happy, things just get moving. They don't get stuck. There's not a lot of complications with things getting like, oh, well, they don't get what they're looking at or whatever, It's, my stuff reads, it communicates clearly, but what can happen is just like, because there were like one person hiring another company, hiring, and all getting subcontracted to me, just one break in the chain means that like they don't know, you know, someone gets fired or quits or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, who used to do that thing? And it's like, I don't know. You know, we only got the artwork. We didn't know who did the thing. And it's like, so I don't know if the reason I'm not doing that stuff anymore had anything to do with me or the person above me or the person above them or the person above them. And it's a little frustrating. And after having had that happen several times in my career, just part of the reason I'm doing this is like, I need to do something to manage my own sense of demand for my skills. Like I'm so behind the scenes that it's like those, if you ever saw like The Departed or whatever, obviously the Leonardo DiCaprio, Martin Scorsese film, the guy is undercover and only one person in the police department knows who he is and that he's a cop, which is good. It protects him. You know, spoiler alert, if the person who knows he's a good guy ends up getting killed, and so now he has no one in the police department who can vouch for him as a good guy, and now he's just a bad guy, basically. A bad guy, like a good bad guy, like living on the edge with no connections, because he was so dependent on the secrecy in the chain. Like, that secrecy is good. I mean, it's like, you know, people want to hire people who feel like they can keep a secret, which is sort of like, okay. But like, now I'm in a place where my career where it's like, ultimately being able to keep a secret as well as I have it's not helping me. You know, I've hit a ceiling, and now it's like starting to realize it's like I'm not really getting opportunities to branch where the demand might normally flow to. I'm not known for anything other than doing storyboards. The people who did know that I could do other stuff, like the loading screen or whatever, you know, they're not hiring me anymore for whatever reason. Maybe they're dead. You know, I don't even know. All those contacts were so insulated. So as a result, I'm doing this to sort of start over, but a little bit more on my own terms. And I'm not really starting over because I'm still doing my normal job. I'm just doing this on the side, trying to hedge my bets a little bit. I'm really, really grateful because for a long time now, it used to be that I would do, I mean, I always try my best. I always do. I feel at least that I do really good work, but maybe I'm not as young as I used to be, and it's less impressive, but I'm not getting the compliments I used to get many years ago. It used to feel like I was saving the day every day, and now it feels like the projects I get hired on are not they're not necessarily particularly challenging. The work that I'm asked to do is micromanaged at nearly every single stage. Let me tell you something. Yeah, you tell me something. I'll stop blabbing. You can type something. But I will say this, like, I appreciate feeling like I have an audience that, you know, it's like, okay, I'm not getting showered with riches, but like my emotional need to feel like I'm having an impact for people that appreciate it is feeling like it's getting met for the first time in a long time. It's been good for me. It feels like I'm back. Zelda's hair. Decent start. Coloring hair is going to be the death of me, that's for sure. Definitely, you know, I'm grateful for the practice this is giving me too. Having a This is funny because Liam, it was partly you that in large part, your sort of nudge to see these in color was a big part of my decision to actually do that. I'm like, well, why don't I color these? I bet I could. I bet they'll look good if I do it right. That's the challenge. Challenge to see if I remembered how. Okay, here's Liam. From my point of view and everyone else who's seen you or knew you, it is like a treasure. We found you. You're totally blessed and talented. You don't have to compare how you've been now and in the past. If your old self sees you, Max would be so proud. That is an awesome thing to read. I really appreciate you saying that. That is, I'm getting, you know, when you get little chills, you know, that's such a nice thing to read. That's the stuff that I need to feel like I'm making a difference in, and I used to get effects like that when I would do my work, where I'd, you know, clients would give me a task that they thought would be impossible, but they had no choice but to try. And when I would be able to do it and do it so well, they would, you know, and that was being able to do that, you know, exceed expectations regularly was something that, you know, those skills were hard to find even in my industry, even in LA, where, you know, there are thousands of super talented, hireable artists. And having those skills and having that, being able to set me apart from the competition, or what, you know, the competition for other artists. It used to be I reflected at this stuff in a very sort of competitive way, where I was like, well, you know, like I know that it's great that I can do this, but if everybody could do this, that wouldn't be good for me, because then I wouldn't be special, right? And I reflect on that a little bit. Well, at the time it kind of made sense. I did ultimately need that sort of go-to guy status. Like, clients, like then and now to an extent, you know, considered me a go-to guy. The way things are now, where the industry is so tight with job availability, and now the introduction of generative AI and you know, outsourcing and stuff like that, where in like, okay, what's so special about hiring LA artists? It's not as clear that my position has changed, and it might just be my old age too, and probably a little bit of gratitude, but also I'm realizing that if it isn't so now, it isn't so much that it isn't so much now that, you know, I want to win. It's like I don't want the generative AI to win. That's what I want. And if I have to share, you know, things I know, and reach out and humble myself and connect with other artists and be a different person and remake myself as a person who is open and wants to learn first and foremost, but also teach and help other artists to make their way in a world that is threatening to be dominated by Gen AI as like the go-to solution. That's what I'm going to do. So Jules says Max is special. All right. Well, we're all special. You know, we're all special here. I'm willing to acknowledge that the strategies that got me here were valid for the time that I had them, but I can't use them any longer. The way I had been willing to be silent, like I was silent for the sake of my clients and my projects, basically just lying low, having very little active artistic internet presence, because I wanted to be, you know, known as a go-to guy, not just in terms of skill, but also my discretion. But here, you know, we're in such a place now where, you know, left and right, even my clients are going out of business, or laying off people that knew me. Like a client of mine is still in business, but they laid off so much of the staff that the staff that remains there doesn't even know my contact number. Yeah, well, can't cancel what's already been canceled. Ha. But I'm entering a new phase where I am having a little bit of bravery to try something new. I certainly can't count on what had worked before to continue working. To the extent to which some of it is still working, yes, I'm happy for that now. Like I said, I was booked today. I have jobs, but I recognize now that the dynamic is shifting, and that I don't think I can necessarily count on it in the long term. The way it used to be, like 3 years ago, I was just like, well, I'll just do this for the rest of my life and I'm gonna be set. Now it's a little different now. Yeah. Uncancel Max for fighting Gen I. Exactly, yeah. Well, you know, my reach will I mean, the other weird and poopy part is that you know, the good aspects of social media, and I've been able to, like, you know, when my daughter got sick, I definitely, you know, leveraged the way, you know, I had to leverage everything, but I leveraged social media to, like, do the GoFundMe and stuff like that, and that stuff worked out, and I was happy about that. But then very shortly after, COVID happened, and social media was already turning into a toxic place. Now, just like Gen AI, it's like bots are everywhere on social media. Half the Zelda art that I see in my feed, because on my Zelda account where I post this stuff, you know, I follow other Zelda accounts and they're posting stuff. I'm like, that looks like AI art. I know that's AI art. That I can't even tell, except it's like, it's so good. I'm like, it probably is AI art. I'm like, it's getting better all the time, and you know, that's why I'm like, okay, well, you know, the compositions that I'm working on right now feel like they're out of reach, at least a little bit, so I can set myself apart by that, by like really challenging myself. But you know, it's tricky. The good news is when I see the AI art stuff, it doesn't actually get a lot of likes from the general public, and even my clients that had embraced it are sort of finding that the most of the artistry in Gen AI art is finding ways to hide the obvious tells that it is generated, because people, when they realize it's generated, don't want it, and often are vocal in the comment section about how much they don't want it. Stuff like that gives me hope for artists. Our fight will not be in vain. It just may take some time. The opportunity to therefore preserve some of these lessons and the procedures in video format is something that I'm very excited about. Okay, this is good. My wife my son may be dropped off here. He doesn't want to go to horseback riding lesson. Let's see how this goes. This sounds so bougie. Here I am tired. I'm like, oh, we're like scraping by as he has to stay. So he's currently sitting on the couch playing video games with George. All right, this makes me happy. It's a little bit of a, LA is a large city with lots of people, and it's really easy, I think, to be lonely in a big city. I can certainly see how that is. But I was born here, and I have a long-standing network from having lived here my whole life, and I am grateful that we have friends live nearby. Their kids are friends with my kids. And right now, my wife dropped off my son to hang out at the house of my friend who, so it's like, I love that, like, my son is in another house and my wife isn't there, and it's not the least bit suspicious to me or stress inducing. Having people you can exchange babysitting, if it's, people whom you trust with your children's lives, and I do, it's a great feeling. It takes a village. It takes a metropolis, as they say. Okay, now we're shading a bit on Zelda. Well, I thanks everybody for the heartfelt encouragements. I really do. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm not joking. I really don't get the emotional satisfaction of doing a good job anymore. Here's what happened is, as I moved like more and more up in on the ladder, like of importance, in terms of being like a go-to guy, the jobs that are hiring right now are jobs that are essentially, we're making art for people who are not used to waiting for anything and are very difficult to please because they, own companies, and they are very opinionated, and they have no sense of patience, and they have no sense of gratitude, and they think they're creative geniuses, but they're not. And so it's difficult. It's difficult even just to get them to communicate clearly what it is that they want. And then when they see it, they realize they don't want it. That their brilliant idea was not so smart, or would not work. Jules says, my ambition doesn't let me be proud. I I am, for the first time, sort of feeling like I might have like an ambition to try something different for my own sake. Like it helped me. I'm not sure if I'm interpreting your meaning perfectly, Jules, but because I I didn't go to art school or and did very poorly in college. Like, I mean, I guess I've been to art classes and things like that, and I've tried to go to art school, but it couldn't stick for me. I had to drop out, but I've always had some imposter syndrome, which is a tricky thing to deal with. If I have good things that are happening in my own career, I have a hard time recognizing them as purely to do with I'll better attribute to luck things that, could have been attributed to, my skill. I'm not sure if that's the same thing as humility, that it almost feels like false humility. But I do want to... The trend right now where things are going with art feel like they will not be good for young artists coming up. I want to make it possible, if I can, even if it involves me somehow stepping aside so that others can make more room for themselves. But I want to see it become a better environment. Jules, thank you for the other day. You sent me the video about the old school black and white makeup techniques. After looking at that, I totally understood what you were talking about. It's helpful to have moments like that. A big part of where I was able to gain a little bit more confidence with color to come back and try it, because it was a menace to find, but worth it. Let me do Jules some justice. I'll pull up this because I saved the link because I thought it was good reference for what it was. Here we go.
As a makeup artist turned filmmaker, I love this question. The reason why old Hollywood stars in very early cinema had to use green lipstick instead of red lipstick
We can see.
is simply because they used something called orthochromatic film. And that film was really great at picking up blues and greens in various shades, but it just could not process red or yellow. It just wasn't sensitive enough, so that would just be picked up as black no matter what. So they would use various shades of blues and greens on their face for blush, eyeshadow, and lipstick in order to look like they're wearing normal makeup. Then we eventually evolved to panchromatic film, which was a lot more sensitive to all colors.
Right, because it would have looked like black, like goth makeup, I'm sure. If it was red, like the red channel. Let's see if we have anything like that in Painter. Do we have channels? Yeah, channels. Okay, they're here. Channels. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, channels work differently in Painter than they do in... if this was a photograph, it would have the... see, Jules says, fun fact, red and yellow was used to give faces more shade and details. Definitely the... realizing I think overall, and I think that TikTok clip sort of helps demonstrate and sort of underscore something that I had realized a few years back. Because before I had a really hard time with color. Coloring pieces was something that I was just like, I couldn't get going with it. Because I would default to, no matter what color I used, I kept running into issues where if things were too saturated, like I'd be like, okay, here's I'm painting here's a red, here's a red apple, I'm painting the red apple, and then next to it needed to be a red ball, like a red plastic ball. Well, I had used all the red that I could have used was already made the apple as red as I could. And then when I got to the plastic ball, I ran out of red. Like there was no more red. Like I couldn't get redder than the red that I had already been using. But in real life, I could see that the plastic ball was way more red. So I was... Can you tell I'm a knowledge freak? Jules is starting to... She's getting comfortable, and she's letting the facade of her... she's... The human mask is starting to slip a little bit. It's revealing the robotic Terminator brain that is... lurking within, ready to assassinate me with bits of knowledge correction. No, it's much appreciated. The biological encyclopedia that is Jules is a welcome pairing and guest on this stream always. Jules says, "Look at you now, picking good colors even though your eyes sabotage you." Yes, my eyes. Well, knowing that color is ultimately like subjective. It's subjective ultimately because our eyes are, amazing biological entities, but everybody's eyes are a little different. They're all going to see things differently. Our interpretations are different. Color even from culture to culture and language to language might even be different. Oh yeah, Jules in her 8 languages. Actually, it's been a few weeks. Shouldn't you know like 9 languages by now? Don't start slipping. Like you can set up the same scene, but with 2 different cameras, you'll get 2 different photos, right? And neither of those photos will look the same as what you're seeing with your eyes. And then depending on the camera, you might have all these features where you can shoot it in high dynamic range or, all the like raw or whatever, where, it's where where the photo doesn't even look good until you start messing with it. And so giving myself, therefore, like logically then I was able to sort of take color off of the pedestal that I had put it on. Where I was like, other people see colors the right way and I don't, and I can't do that. Now it becomes, everybody sees colors differently. No one can be said to be the perfect authority on what a color should be. It's all about intention. And then for the most part, the values that are in a composition do almost all of the heavy lifting anyway. So colors can also be sort of seen as like a little bit arbitrary. That helped me to sort of loosen up a little bit about it. And then when my friend demonstrated the method we use here, which is, you make everything dark, then add light to it using the sliders to correct for color the light colors as we go. That was sort of like the final piece of the puzzle. And now I'm to the point where it's where I feel like I need to learn about color is really more about feeling like I need to learn about the material properties of like, well, how does gold, what does it look like when gold is under a blue light? Like, what does that look like? Or like the effects of light, like caustics and refraction and, you know, light bloom and different photograph, almost like I'll have as much to learn from like a photography school more than an art school, I think. So it's cool. I'm in a phase now where I'm feeling like at least I can apply what I know about composition and the little bit of color that I know and get a good result pretty much anytime that I need to. So I'm more confident now. Okay, so Zelda's looking like we got her mostly. She's mostly colored up. Let's save. Save. And just because I'm sitting here taking no breaks doesn't mean, you know, everybody should get food or snack or do what they need to do. Okay. Move on to Link. It's almost starting to... We can see now the way the colors... Is it bad that I want to snack at almost 1 a.m.? No, of course not. I think the if it causes, if the stress from the let's see here. I mean, like, do what you want, but don't feel guilty about it. I think guilt stress, that's like the worst kind of stress. That's not healthy for anybody. Food is tricky. Everybody's got to eat. I'm in a place right now where I'm finding myself slim down a bit, but it's simply because I'm not drinking as much. My daily bottle of wine is no more. I'm still, you know, drinking when it socially is fun or whatever, but it, you know, I'm not being a sober person or anything like that, but my tendency to drink when I'm bored isn't quite happening anymore because I'm so tired now at the end of the day. I just go to bed. I don't stay up or fight to stay up the way I used to. I just go to bed so I can get up and stream earlier. So that's been good. But you should eat when you want to and not feel guilty about it, would be my suggestion. I mean, if you go and you go and you eat an entire box of like sugary cereal, that's probably not a good idea. That's not what I would do. I do a lot of cooking, so like if I'm eating something, it's usually something that I'm cooking. I feel like that's a good way of, like, I don't know, seeing that no matter what you eat, it's probably healthier than if you got fast food from a McDonald's or something. That would be terrible, but it even happens, you know. There's not judgment. No, there's no judgment. God knows with 2 kids, we do fast food sometimes. But it's not good. There's very little about that sort of instant gratification stuff that is good. Make yourself a special struggle meal. Do a fried egg on toast or something. Yeah, keep it occasional. I was way over-indexing on fast food. However, for a long time, I was very underweight. I was very skinny. Having kids, really slowed me down and made me eat more regular. I mean, you're feeding your kid constantly, so you're just eating more regularly, just as a side effect. Like, if you're doing it right, you're feeding your children. So, it was a natural side effect of having kids. Nothing wrong with that. I remember when COVID was happening, I was underweight by like 15 pounds. I'm not a huge heavy person to start with, and then just as a matter of being so stressed out probably at the time, all the things happening in my life with my daughter when she was sick, I had let's just say there weren't a lot of good self-care opportunities at that time, so I wasn't used to feeding myself. So I was quite skinny when COVID broke out, and then I had a very conscious realization that it would be better, I think, if I had a normal amount of fat to... Basically, if I got into a situation where I was super sick for an extended period of time, I would probably appreciate it if I had a little fat on my body, if I had to be hospitalized. It was early on with COVID, nobody knew anything. It was like it just felt like anybody could be in the hospital. So I made a conscious decision to gain a bunch of weight, just to see if I, first off, could. And then I did manage to, I put on about 30 pounds. Took about 6 months, but eventually I did. Got the heaviest I have ever been. And some of that was muscle, like I was working out too. I made a point to not simply just put fat on my body, but also, get into good shape, basically, was the improve my physical standard. Especially since at that time a lot of work wasn't even happening either. It was mostly just sit around indoors, eat, order takeout, help save the restaurants near you and order takeout. Felt like we were government mandated food deliveries or something like that. Must support local business and stuff like that. I have a I think a healthy relationship with food. I may not have a healthy relationship with alcohol, but I have a healthy relationship with food. And the concept of like fat on bodies that's not something I, if anything, I appreciate what fat can do to make someone healthy. When my daughter was sick and she was like a skeleton, it was very traumatizing for me to process that mentally. So when she got better and began gaining weight, and now she is a healthy, normal weight. She's still on the skinny side, smaller side of skinny, but she definitely is normal now, and I'm really grateful for that. It's funny how the events like that have the effect of rewriting the rules, like of normal parenting. Like for a normal kid, you would never just say, oh, eat tons and tons of ice cream, eat lots of French fries, whatever you like, as many as you like. But when your kid is sick, the rules go out the door. They can eat anything they want, whenever they want, however much they want. And I need to now think about how, again, those rules, those special rules that got us through those times, we need to rethink them now. They need to be different now, because if we continue on with them, yes, those rules were important at the time. But if we don't course correct a little bit, change for the new situation that we're in, which is normal life, theoretically normal life, there will be problems. Okay, I think even this sword can have a little blue light. Something like that, just to start. I think what I'm trying to say is there is no universal good or evil thing. Almost anything can be good in the right context. Is that color good? It depends. Is that chicken nugget good? It depends. We have to see it as part of a composition. It's not living in its own isolation. The composition of the universe or the situation needs to allow for it or demand it. If it's excessive to the composition or unnecessary to the composition, then maybe strike it. Maybe it's not the right choice. Maybe try it as an experiment and pay attention to the effect that it creates. And if it's wrong, you'll see it by the effect it has on the composition. See, life is a metaphor for art and vice versa. Okay. So this is cool. This is good progress here. And this would already be twice the stream I would have hoped to have. And we can still go. Let me check in on this email situation. No news is good news so far. Inbox empty. I've successfully mediated the potential dispute between my agent and my client. All right, now we can get into some of the background stuff. I think this tree is where we will go next. I'm really bringing in the effect of the blue light on the environment will really help unify everything. I might switch the music. I think we've gone through this playlist several times now. Let's do it. Let's switch to Chiltendo Deluxe. Is not too long and very good. So we'll go there. We haven't listened to it for a while. And then when this one's out, we'll go back to Sonic and Chill, because I love that. So let's see here. Ooh, save. Wait, looks like I already did. Excellent. Let's start here with the... Okay, the tree and the ground lines are there. Fallen tree flats. Okay. Start painting into this. Do our little calculation. Brighter overall. More blue. Good. Now, that feels good there, except the horse is going to occlude or block some of that blue light from actually hitting the tree. We need to account for that, and the overall, the texture of the tree. There could be some smooth, like some barks are smooth, some are rough. When I think of bark can be very, can have a lot of variance in color and texture. It can be oily, it can be dry. But we don't need to overthink it. Let's just make sure it's a big brush. And we get a sense of gradient. Is it more like that? Maybe more subtle. Smaller brush now. Some of these roots will have the same texture as the bark, going off in different directions. But the tree is recently uprooted, which means dirt is everywhere. That's going to have a different effect. Doesn't quite look right. Pull that back a bit. Get some variation in there. Small light reflections on some of these branches. Is that dirt a different color than the wood? I wonder if I colored it all the same thing. How big is all that? Yeah. It's a huge mess. Very little light because it's a big dirty mess. It's mostly just going to be dark, but there should be some effect of the light. And at the fringes where we have all those little root hairs, those tiny things. Maybe they're reflecting the light. Maybe even brighter than this. Here's some of these leaves in the foreground. Some of them will be angled in a way where they will catch the light. Okay, let's do the grass. Save. Here we go. Select the color of the grass. Do our little calculation. Lighter overall, plus some blue. Now this will be tricky. I won't pretend I'm any sort of major expert at rendering grass. Let's tread cautiously. Same sort of thing can apply where we know that the shadow of the horse will occlude the effect of the color of the grass or the lighting on the grass underneath it directly. So something like that feels kind of appropriate. And then grass. Can be quite lustrous, very shiny. It's oily looking sometimes. So let's pick out a few blades. Not every blade. Let's find some targets of opportunity to really bring out, catch a little bit extra light. Maybe we can get something that feels like across a section of grass they can share a highlight in common, like hair. I'm just guessing with this stuff. The whole coloring and painting grass in this fashion, like with this method, never done it before. Have some things to learn. This is perfect to, test this model. If there are brick walls that will block our way, it's important that we know where they are. But we're not thinking anything majorly revolutionary. If the angle of the blade of grass is bent in a way where it would catch a highlight, we feel that the composition could use a highlight in that area. Like here, I think this is looking cool. Like right here. That looks cool. Maybe not so much here. Maybe what it needs here is a feel like it's dipping back down into shadow. Where it's not that it's going to black, it's just going to where the blue light isn't having that influence anymore. That's the shadow by default. Finding a balance between these two things that need to happen too much of any of it is not right. It needs to be a kind of synthesis, I think. But I know that using this method feels like it gets us closer to something that feels like it works without going so far overboard that later on we lament that the colors that we need still left to finish the composition the way we want to, those colors aren't there anymore. By not going too far overboard to start. We keep them on hand, keep them ready for when we need them. Yeah, it's interesting. Now I'm thinking about it more. There's going to be naturally a gradient from light to dark. Sort of gives the shape. That might be a bit of how we find our way out. Huh. It's funny. Drawing down into the darkness. Then drawing up, coming out of it. Repeat. Kind of cool. But it won't do to render every blade of grass that's in this field. What we've done so far is probably enough. Maybe try a couple more things. Yeah, it looks like I painted too much into the tree, which I didn't mean to do. That was accidental. We can erase some of that. Some of it's okay. Some of that overlap was good. Certainly. Somewhat hard for me to pick the correct color. Wonder what's happening there. There it is, okay. I want to feel the effect of that shadow. Maybe even more generally here in the light spaces. A little bit more contrast. Too much, maybe. Okay, well. Okay, let's do some of the middle grass, all this space. It's plenty of that. Do a quick save. Let's get colors rocking. Brighter overall, plus some blue. Yeah, it's tricky. You know what this stuff does to me, though, is I guarantee you that, like, so tomorrow, you know, we're entering fall in Los Angeles. The forecast is likely to be, I'll tell you, this morning in Los Angeles, it was a spooky kind of overcast. Very kind of like a horror movie, low fog. Like a fog that you cannot see to the end of the street. Like I go out on the sidewalk and I can't see the stop sign that is like 10 houses down. That's foggy. That's foggy for LA. Weather isn't usually normally like that, but weather like that might give us lighting conditions that is similar to this. And tomorrow in the morning, my son has baseball practice. Now he's only 4 years old, so baseball practice is as much silly as it is, you know, an important thing that, you know, we take seriously, because it's just not even that serious at all. And I'm no athlete myself, so I don't bring any pressure to the occasion personally. But tomorrow I'll be looking at the grass. I should be looking at the game, seeing how my son is doing. But I'll be looking at the grass instead. Oh, this is amazing. So this will be like our stop. Our stop for the stream today is my AirPods. My headphones are going to run out of juice in probably 20 minutes, maybe sooner. I just got the notification, so. And there's no low power mode. There's no whatever. I mean, I suppose I could switch to some sort of manual headphone or something like that, but that will not be the case today. We'll use the battery of my headphones as the limit. And I always let my headphones. Thanks, Liam. Yeah, I'm not saying bye just yet, but you can totally dip out. I do appreciate you popping in. But yeah, what I thought might be, well, this will be a never-ending stream. Nope, we will, you know, and truth be told, I do need a break. I need to stand. I need to do these things. It's totally normal for me to, like, sit and draw for, like, 8 hours straight. But, you know, best practice is to get up and take a break, and I have to practice that on the stream, too. Plus, it's like, how long has this been? 3 hours? No one's going to watch this. Things should be snack-sized, I think, VOD-wise, but nevertheless, what a great opportunity to get a big jump start on this composition. So interestingly, at least at this stage, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to put a lot of detail into the grass back here. And that's, of course, because the grass back here is so much farther away that if we add a lot of detail to something unimportant in the composition at an early stage, it'll sort of dictate what will count as needing important details later on. And I don't think that qualifies. One thing I am noticing over here are some rocks that got colored as grass, and that's not accurate. So let's think of those as at first dark gray. Normally they would be normal gray, but then we would darken them to practically as dark as they could go. Any other rocks? I think that's it. No, gray, plus a little bit of light, plus blue light, gives us this grayish blue. And painted on gray, this color looks so blue, you know? There's so much color in gray, or the absence of gray, or something. The lesson for me with this and with all of these things is that less can be more. Right? Okay. We're going to go a little further still. Let's do a quick save. Quick save. Quick save. Ugh, making that whistle. Sometimes I listen back to my streams and I'll hear all sorts of like, I'll make a whistling sound when I make my S's. I'll do all sorts of stuff. So there's all sorts of things I need to get a little bit better about. Okay, so there's another reality to the action of what's happening in these trees, because I do want to get some effect of the blue light. But these trees are in the middle of falling over, basically. So they're not going to get rendered in a ton of detail like you would something that is... It's not a still life where there's a good justification to have every kind of highlight rendered or whatever. In the case of an object that's moving, so much detail is lost because of the movement. So where detail is added for the sake of, for some reason, it should be done sparingly, I think. Or just a job that I had. I snuck in a side job in between my other job today. Just doing a couple quick rough frames to start, and the director wanted me to reference a previous commercial that he had worked on. I was looking at the commercial, and he's like, reference the reference the frames at the 15-second mark. And I go to that part of the commercial, and of course I pause it so I can look at the image. Single frozen image in a video. And because of what was happening action-wise with the props, the acting, and even the camera was moving, so much blur. It was like nothing was intelligible. When you unpause it, you can see, oh, it's a vacuum cleaner that's, moving underneath a couch while the camera is trying to catch up to it because it's cleaning so quickly, Spoiler alert, it's like a vacuum cleaner commercial. It's like whatever, right? But the lesson a little bit is that, you know, even the subject of something can be out of focus a little bit. It's okay if it's appropriate for the composition. And later on, I might do an effect anyway where imagine this giant octopus, and it's how much dust it's kicking up, and how much dust is kicked not just from the ground, but dust that might be on top of leaves that are in the trees, and then when those get toppled over, branches snapping, small particles of leaves that are crumbling, is everything. So you can just imagine all the debris and essentially like a kind of smoke is being generated by the edge of a forest canopy crashing down. It'd be tremendous. Knowing that so much of that is going to play into the composition later on, it's like, yeah, we're not going to treat we don't need to treat the forest right now as something that we have to render in any sort of great detail. If it reads as a forest that's falling over, that's really all that the detail that it needs. We just need it reading. It's just this time has to read in color. Now, look how far we got. We're all the way now. We're getting to the Octorok. I wonder if I can might challenge myself a little bit to be a little speedy. The Octorok is huge, but a lot of the details are broken down fairly simply. I don't see it being more challenging, for instance, than this horse. Horse has all this dynamic anatomy going on. Octorok is just kind of a funny blob. And yeah, there's textures to be contended with, but we don't necessarily need to open with that. Much needs to be thought of, though, in terms of the material. Like, I don't think of it as a slimy octopus. This is like a land octopus, so its skin might be more leathery. Look, and we take the red octopus and we add blue light to it. We get it's just like this great purple. There's all these fun nooks and crannies to add little indications of texture. It's got a fun edge along the side. I mean, if they can have sandworms, can't they have forest octopuses? Yeah, I don't want it to look too shiny, though. So let's make that something A little bit more tempered. Yeah. And here. Right now I'm debating to what extent would blue light get underneath and into that. I'm trying to think of the tissue on the underside of the arm of the octopus. Obviously, if it was a real octopus, those would all be suckers. Like those versatile suction pods that octopuses use to grip and move around and grab things. Something would be different on the ground, for a land octopus. That would be more like, I think, a calloused piece of skin, like a well-calloused callus on your palm, for instance, or your fingertips. Dead epidermis. Dead and dried epidermis. Okay. I'll do the underside later on. Let's continue with this arm. Be a little bit big to start. Love this, really making the day count. I remember previous to really getting going with the habit of streaming regularly, I'd be very aggravated that it felt like all the time that I had available had to go to work and then to other things that, you know, I have obligations to, but did not feel like they were things that I was doing out of my own desire to do them for myself. having a side effect of creating some sort of anxiety or pressure or stress that I can only describe as the feeling of running out of time to do something important, yet not knowing what it was. Like, if quizzed on the matter, well, what did you want to do today? So I feel like I had this exact conversation with my wife. It's like, well, what did you want to do today? What was everybody stopping you from doing? And I realized I didn't even know what it was I wanted to do. I just knew that I was aggravated and irritable at the fact that I didn't have a chance to do it. I didn't even feel like I had a chance to sort out what I wanted to do. And then even if I did then have a window to do it, I still didn't know what to do. So by the time I figured out what I wanted to do, which is like maybe, I don't know, go on a hike or something, it would be too late. How you can imagine how that kind of conversation goes on. Lands with someone like my wife who's like, yeah, so you didn't know what you wanted to do, but you couldn't do it, and now you're mad at everybody because you couldn't decide what you wanted to do. And be like, yes, that was it. I know it sounds like I'm being a jerk, but that was it. Anyway, doing the streams and feeling like I'm working on this, having something to sort of show for it, show the efforts. I mean, thinking about it this way, how long have I been waiting for these clients to shoot? Where is that? Oh God. Oh, here it is. Okay. We still haven't reached out, so still in the clear. But yeah, you can imagine how that might irritate me, where they need me to be around in case they need me, but ultimately they didn't need me all day. Well, how is that fair? How is that fair if I wanted to do something else with my day? You wouldn't exactly call that fair. It's fair enough because they are paying me, at least, but it's I would normally fill that time with drinking out of boredom. It's a terrible habit. Having something else now to make the most of my time. So invaluable. Scroll Reaper, what's up, man? Definitely moving on to the next thing. The chat's a little quiet right now. Liam and Jules are... It's like 2 a.m. where they are. So... And I am waiting for feedback that theoretically comes at 5 o'clock. But Scroll Reaper, I'll tell you, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. The headphone situation is a little rough. Not going to have the ability to listen to my music. I think ultimately what that might do is either turn off the music or something will happen. I mean, I guess I could stream even without the music and just see what happens. But it might be boring, or I don't know. Can we handle boringness? I guess what I would do then is I would have music, but I'd turn off the mic. And then I just wouldn't be chatting. You know, I can't talk. So. But I could type. I guess I could type. Anyway. Cooking on the next one. My headphones are running out of battery. Because I've been streaming for nearly 4 hours, and I use them so much that the batteries are weak. And we could try other things, but it's, it wouldn't be... Yeah, it's nothing really to be super concerned about, but more of like a function of this never happens because I never get to stream this long. So I'd never... I guess it's happened one time before, but that was like months ago and I didn't remember it. The mic not pick it up through the speakers. I think the mic would, because I'll see the mic dance around when the volume, whatever the decibelometer or whatever it's called, does get activated with when I have my normal speakers on. I've seen that happen at least. Throw a noise gate on it? Yeah, I could, but then I might open a can of worms that I have trouble closing later when I need, like the next time I stream, it turns out I forgot to turn it off or something. But you're not wrong about that stuff, yeah, if I do. You're right. It's annoying. I could... Well, this is why I love the chat. There's solutions to be had. Obviously, I didn't get around to figuring out that text or the chat overlay to the stream thing. But I looked into it. I looked into it a little bit. Looks like there's solutions out there. I just have to embrace the change, the necessary change. So this is kind of cool. Made a... Made a lot of progress. Now this eye is begging for it. It's begging for some light. Please. And it's gonna look so cool when we do it. She does look cool, right? The this will be interesting. The Zelda fans, like, and the girl there next to him, what's her name? Looks cool too. Ah, no, that's you're joking. I'm sure you're trolling. That's funny. Yep. The yes, exactly. Thanks, Talbot. Talbot, I'm running out of battery juice on my headphones, so when that happens, we might have a stream disruption. But there's been... Yeah, there's urgency here. There's going to be a lot of... I might even introduce like a... like I want in this scene, I want it feeling like the camera is actually moving. So around the edges, the periphery of the composition is going to be some... well, it'll be akin to like speed lines, but it'll be some motion blur. I wonder if I have any of that here. Doesn't look like I really embrace that much here, but this is the original sketch, of course. but I want it to feel like there's a rush, even of like air, a little bit of distortion. Yeah, it'll happen more at the edges. I don't want it to like really affect the composition much, just a feel of it. Okay, we're gonna do this eyeball. Okay, so that's the color of the eyeball. Boost it, and then add blue. Yeah, Zelda looks awesome, man, especially gritting, her teeth like that. Beautiful, but also the expression, which is tricky to pull off. It is tricky. And at these angles, like head dip down, you know, all that stuff, not to toot my own horn, but not... I'm kind of lucky to have had more than one job where the... I mean, I work in commercials. Most of what I do is like drawing people trying out their new vacuum cleaner and like talking about how cool it is. Look at all these features. Which is like a terrible injustice. But the on occasion I get on a... oh, that looks terrible. Okay, maybe just a little bit of blue, and then blue highlight is what it is. Because if it's mucusy, it's going to resist a lot of the blue, and then have some sort of highlight effect. This is going to be tricky. Be tricky because it's going to test what I think I know. Yeah, dry brush effect would, I think, have a very cool... If we could imagine a 180 degree sphere of light influence. Inverted. Essentially, the highlight that needs to be on this guy's eyeball needs to look like the corner of the dipping arrowhead of a valley. And it obviously has to go on top of these lines. So if we trace what feels like a valley... Oh, my AirPods have 10% left. 10% left is all we have. And usually it doesn't even get that far. So, we'll sing a sad song soon of disappearances. Let's try this though. Fucking A. Man, I love watching your streams because I'm sitting here like, man, this is so good. Oh shit, it's better. Oh fuck, I'm wrong. It's 10 times the death. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now. That's awesome. Okay, let's look in here. If I'm right, this will look like a cool highlight. It's pretty good. Pretty good. It's good enough to start. Because like this ridge... So the top ridge is formed, and maybe they should be... The top ridge is cut off by the light of coming off the top of his eye. And then just like there's a valley situation created in the background, that should account for what's happening here, where we have this up and down. And then similarly over here. And then something similar also, just with like... Right, wouldn't there be some like mucusiness? Or like collection of mucus, like in the corners or something. I wasn't going to say it because I didn't know, but now you've confirmed the mountain ridge. Yeah, reflecting in his eyes, yeah. Well, I mean, it makes sense, right? Kind of how I'm trying to think about it. Like, it would be cool if, like, somewhere down the road, someone was like, yeah, I zoomed in his into it, and I saw that his eye even had the reflection of, you know, the other mountain ridge on the other side of the valley or something like that, you know? Don't people love those details? Okay, I'm glad I snuck that in. My clients are still sitting pretty. The CEO reviews it at 5:15 p.m. So we have 15 minutes. I've got probably 3 minutes on these headphones, but I'm going to keep going. Even if I have to do this quiet, we'll just keep going. I can turn off the audio on the screen capture, and then it'll just sort of be faint when the mic picks it up. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Talbot. I appreciate the encouragement, because I don't really want to stop just because I'm having like one technical difficulty that I, you know, whatever. I'll figure this out, right? Okay. Get in the good habit of naming my layers. That's a good idea. This is looking fun, even as it is. It's almost like it's a night scene. Like I could throw up like a moon or something like that and do it that way. Might be fun, but I've got my heart set on the sunset version, so. Okay. Let's do just a little bit of blue light, at least here. There it is, okay. Tablet's got a story here. So I have a set of headphones from the Steel series. They were over $300, but they have bass controls the volume, and it comes with a battery swap. Ah, this one is charging the bass at all times, and when I'm low, like for 10 seconds, I'm swapping, and boom, more battery life. Love that. This guy listens. This guy musics. Okay, so I'm selecting all these instances of the color appropriate to the underside of the Octorok, and let's color into that. I may have to switch to standing. We'll see how this goes in a second. Oh! I've been sitting, and I'm gonna get like deep vein thrombosis if I don't switch it up a little bit. Talbot says I have different playlists for different scenes I'm listening to when I'm writing. Yeah, gotta have that mind-body emotion connection. I agree 100%. This will be... won't capture all of my... I won't get too much of... I shaved today, which is like... and then, of course, I have to put on some moisturizer, so I'm quite... I'm way more shiny than I would normally be on my cheek. This stream sponsored by Gillette. Okay. So that's the color. Let's give it a boost. Add a bunch of blue. See what that looks like. Right arm flats. Here we go. Okay. just needs a kiss of the light. Maybe here at the edges. That's all I can think it could possibly need. Like maybe this is too much even. Maybe it doesn't need any. Like just the tiniest amount could do something. I think here. Definitely where. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it needs it. Not enough to worry about. Okay, let's move past the Octorok into the background area. Any effect of... There's no chance of really doing anything close to like a highlight. Is that the right color? No way. Yeah. Okay. Gotta make sure I'm on the right layer. Still can't see anything. It's like makes no difference. Maybe I have... Ah, there we are. Just a tiny bit of influence is all it needs. But it does need some. Okay, and then these back mountain pines. Not entirely sure why I went with like a pine forest setup. It feels varied. Just a little bit, all it needs. Then even all the way back here. I mean, I have no idea. So far, like, how do you paint like a forest so far away that's like, obviously it's shrouded in mist and atmosphere. But just for the sake of completeness, do something like this. Just feel like you've got some sort of influence on it. Okay, and even the sky. Now, it's really everything else but that area needs to have the blue light, because the sun is going to be right there. So that's not going to need any. So it's looking pretty cool. I'm going to double back a little bit more. Go back to the Octorok, because there's obviously it's such an important part of the composite. Like I really want like the tension, the urgency of like obviously I'm drawing them to have a good amount of separation between them in space, and yet there will be a sort of like I want to sense that like they are running for their fucking lives, because this thing is fast, and it is 5% left on my AirPods. We'll see. I'm gonna keep going no matter what. We'll figure out the music thing. We're gonna go until my clients either pull me off this job or there's a internet outage. But only because I'm just super jazzed about the progress. I feel like I've earned a little bit of... ooh, you know, these birds could use a little blue light too. They'll eventually probably just be straight up blacklit, but properly putting the care and effort to be thorough with the process overall ends up really like trying to like one piece at a time thinking about things in terms of like, yes, I know this isn't real and we can't achieve perfection. Knowing that, where are the opportunities for us to think about what would this color look like under this light with these material properties? And then as we go through adding in lights one another, some will be so bright that they overtake others, and it feels like we backtrack and we don't end up using all the information that we create, but that's okay. You know, it was all part of the process, sort of peeling back layers of discovery. You know, you buy a vegetable at the market to make a dish. You know, you don't have to use the entire frickin' vegetable. You can cut off the ends that you don't want. You can scoop out the seeds you don't want. Talbot is live. Talbot Stories is live. All right, buddy. You have a good stream doing that, and pop in if you ever feel like it. But I'm glad you're doing a good stream. All right, let's see here. I'm going to, add more. This is like a bit of personal self-indulgence. But I also just like right now, I feel like the Octorok needs to be a little bit more, pump this up a little bit. Octorok needs to be just a little bit more bright in the scene. And I want to do that through painting, not necessarily brightening up with like a dodge and burn effect or something. Okay, so that's the color. Let's be a little sparing, a little brighter overall, plus more blue. And even though the skin of the Octorok is probably something more akin to like leather, like maybe like leather, there's still parts that feel like they can give off a highlight or could benefit from just some sort of lighting effect that shows a bit more texture. This part, doing stuff like this, is so fun and meditative. getting a little striated, which is not exactly what I want, but I'll fix it more later. And I don't just want bumps for the sake of bumps either. So some of this I might have to pare down. But exploring it, knowing that I can make corrections is okay. Going brighter here will allow us to go brighter on the highlight of the eyes. So let's try that. Yeah. That still feels good. Go. Because the highlights on the skin couldn't be brighter than the highlight of the eyes. And in fact, going even brighter and brighter. We'll see. We'll have to do it again and maybe even again. Now this feels too much. So let's pull it back. Some restraint is definitely still called for. Might be having some activity soon on the work Slack channel, so disruptive opportunities abound, but we have not wasted our time today, so that's great. And let's think about this as a whole. I think the focal, this eye being a real focal point, there's sort of like a sort of a dual, there's a polarity, I guess, to the focal point. The focal point, the actual focal point here is actually going to be the shine on the tip of Link's sword, which we can see here. That will be the main focal point. And what's going to be cool is both Link and the Octorok, their eyes are going to be pointed directly at it. Oh, and you know what's going to be fucking awesome, and I didn't even think about this yet, is the glint off his sword. It'll be a bit of a cheat, but I think it would work. Might be even detectable in the reflection on the Octorok's eye as even brighter, because it would be reflecting the sun's rays basically directly into the eyeball of the Octorok, and also maybe even catch over here in both eyes. How cool would that be? I almost want to gosh, what would that look like? You know, well, it would be kind of tiny, I think, but something bright enough that would feel like sunlight coming from the other direction. You know, can you imagine it? Some bright sun with some crazy highlighting glint right here. You know, it's all fucking working together. How nuts is that? You know, this is just me quickly painting in a shitty sun. Sunsets are tough, so this is going to be a fun exercise when we get to it, but you know, and all the cool backlit excitement. I should speed paint this fucker. My headphones are going to die any second now. Yeah, they're going to die. And they're dead. Headphones are dead. All right, let's see what happens now. Okay, so my mic is still working. Apparently. Apparently my mic is still working. Okay. So that picks up. But I can play music, I think. But mute it here. And so now it should be possible for you guys to hear music, and I am still... So I'm talking to myself and there's no music that you all can hear, or that I can hear, but you can hear music. That's the rub right now. Put these away so they charge. Let's call that a